This is Austin Rye, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Well, welcome back to Regency Furniture Stadium for Game 2 of this two-game series between the Staten Island FerryHawks and your Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. We apologize for the slight delay here in your pregame show as we are set to bring you baseball after yesterday's 9-5 Blue Crabs victory over Staten Island. It was a hard-fought matchup. Staten Island had the lead for the vast majority of the game, but it was 5 runs in the bottom of the 8th from the Blue Crabs that gave them the win. Well, let's run through your starting lineups today, starting with the Staten Island FerryHawks. Ben Ruda leads things off. He's playing center field. The number 2 hitter, Angel Aguilar, is the shortstop. Casey Clemens bats third. He's playing first base. Kevin Krause is the cleanup hitter, the designated hitter as well in today's game. Brandon Wagner bats fifth. He plays third base. The catcher is Norberto Susini. He bats sixth. Batting seventh is Joseph Monge. He's in right field. The 8 hitter is Javier Betancourt. He's playing second base and closing out the lineup. And playing left field is Darwin De La Rosa. On the mound tonight for the Staten Island FerryHawks is Matt Solter. Solter pitched 5 innings his last time out and allowed just 1 earned run. Now on the mound for the Blue Crabs tonight, they go with Denson Hull. He went 4 1/3 in his first outing at Lexington. Got a no decision, did not allow a run, walked 3, and allowed 3 hits. Your umpires for today's game behind home plate, Bill the Skills, as he's known, Worthington. Mike Mackey is playing first base, and Nate Caldwell is at third. So that's your starting lineups for Staten Island, your pitcher for the Blue Crabs. Now let's get your starting lineup for Southern Maryland. Batting first and playing center field, Jack Sundberg batting second. The second baseman, Ruby Silva, batting third. He's playing first base, Jared Walker batting fourth. The cleanup hitter and designated hitter is David Harris. Had a great game yesterday. Batting fifth and playing third base, Alex Crosby. The sixth hitter is Brandon Lee. He's in right field. Matt Hibbert bats seventh. He's in left. The catcher today, he's making just his second appearance in a Blue Crabs uniform, Austin Rye. He bats eighth. And closing out the order, batting ninth, had a couple of hits yesterday, Michael Baca. Well, you get a look at Matt Solter throwing, or beg your pardon, that's Denson Hull throwing his warm-up pitches, the lefty. As the Blue Crabs are looking for their 5th consecutive win. Had a terrific road trip at Lexington where they won the last 3 games of that series and then won opening night yesterday. Hull pitched in A-ball and Double-A last year in 16 innings, had a 5.14 ERA with Double-A Amarillo. And tonight is his 4th professional start. Just his 2nd professional start since 2019 with Missoula Osprey at the rookie ball level. Did not have any starts in A-ball or Double-A last year. It's sort of trying to see if they can build up his workload. The Blue Crabs are in their black uniforms today. The white lettering and the white numbers. A lot of parts of that Maryland flag. As the FerryHawks just moments away from getting underway in this ball game. We hope to bring you today with a full 2-camera broadcast. We were experimenting with that before today's game. And we'll have to see if we can actually get that out to you today. But that is our hope as the FerryHawks are going to lead things off with Ben Ruda. This is a team that's searching for their first win. They're 0-5 to start the year. And Ben Ruda, who was the 5 hitter in yesterday's contest, will be leading off the order tonight. He had a walk yesterday, but was 0 for 4 otherwise, and gives Ricardo Cespedes the night off, who was in center field last night. Well, here comes Matt Ruda, or Ben Ruda, I should say. He digs in from the left side. Hull is set. The 25-year-old who played 2 years of affiliated baseball, now in the Independent League, in the Atlantic League, and he pitches a first pitch strike to the lefty Ben Ruda. To lead things off here in the first inning, it's another terrific evening. Blue skies overhead, not a cloud in the skies. As the 0-1 offering swung on and fouled off behind home plate. Count no balls and 2 strikes on Ben Ruda. Base paths empty, no outs, top of the first inning. Hull set, 0-2, swinging a ground ball right back to the mound. Hull's got it. He flips to first, and there's one away. Good start to the game for Denson Hull. He got ahead in the count, 0-2, and then induced a ground out back to the mound for the first out in today's ball game. Well, Southern Maryland last season started the year 4-11 before going 15-4 in their next 19 games. But this year they're off to a terrific start. They're first place right now in the North Division, a half-game lead over the Long Island Ducks. Blue Crabs 4-1. Long Island is 4-2. Pitch. That one's upstairs. And the count, 1 ball and no strikes. Hull set. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Count, 1 ball and 1 strike. The Blue Crabs and the FerryHawks at no score here in the top of the first inning. Angel Aguilar digs back in. Aguilar was busy yesterday. Had a single and came around and scored back in the first inning. Here's the 1-1. Swung on and fouled off toward the right field side. Count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. So it's Denson Hull ahead in the count, 1-2. The Blue Crabs fell in the first game of the season on the road in Lexington. It was a 1-run, 6-5 loss. The Blue Crabs from there, though, have played outstanding baseball. 1-2, swing and a miss, struck him out. 2 up and 2 down from Denson Hull. A ground ball back to the mound from Ruda, followed by a swinging strikeout to Angel Aguilar. And 2 up and 2 down here in the first. And here comes Casey Clemens. Casey Clemens, of course, the son of former New York Yankee and MLB superstar Roger Clemens. First pitch, that's upstairs, count 1-0. Casey Clemens has played as high as Double-A. Unlike his father, a hitter. He's playing first base tonight. You're not going to see him out on the mound. There's a big swing and a miss again. Count, a ball and a strike on Clemens with 2 away. Base paths empty, top of the first. No score between the FerryHawks and the Blue Crabs. Hull set at the waist. Pitch. Swing and a high pop-up. Third base side out of play toward the Legends Club. The Legends Club tonight, oh my, almost hit a fan. who had his head down, and then the ball seemed to deflect off the seat right next to him. I don't think he got hit, but I'm not quite sure. I was about to talk about the Legends Club, but there's a fan on the third base side who's maybe 15, 20 rows up who nearly got hit, but he seemed to avoid it, and he's just fine. Sits back down. 1-2, that's low and away, count 2-2. I was about to mention that it is the beer and wings night at the Legends Club. It is $35, all you can eat, all you can drink beer and wings. Real blast out there in the Legends Club. And on what's a chillier evening, and there are some fans out here in the stands, the Legends Club is packed to the brim. 2-2, swung on and fouled back to the netting. Count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. No score here in the top of the first. Yesterday, the FerryHawks scored their opening run in the first inning. Had a single. It was an error, and then another base hit coming from Kevin Krause gave the FerryHawks a 1-0 lead. 2-2. That's a little upstairs. Hull clearly missed his spot in the count. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Kevin Krause stands on deck. He was outstanding yesterday. Had an RBI in the first and a 3 RBI double in the 6th. Both of those gave the FerryHawks the lead. It was no score when he scored the first run. They were down by 2 and he put up a 3 RBI double. The 3-2 pitch swung on and fouled back behind home plate. Going to get into the stands, out of play. And the count remains 3 balls and 2 strikes on Casey Clemens, the left-handed hitter. Blue Crabs want to avoid having to deal with Krause here in the first. Was undoubtedly their top hitter yesterday and remains in the cleanup spot. There's the swing and a ground ball through the left side. It's a base hit between Michael Baca and Alex Crosby. A seeing eye single, and there's a runner on first with 2 outs. So Denson Hull does have to deal with Kevin Krause after a 2-out single to Casey Clemens. Krause having a brief conversation with Alex Rye and the home plate umpire, Bill Worthington. Pitch, that one's in there for a strike on Krause. As I mentioned earlier, it is a terrific evening. Very sunny out in left field and center field to the extent it's tough to see. Pitch in there for another called strike. Count 1-2 on the catcher. Or the designated hitter, I should say. Blue Crabs have been producing runs at an outstanding rate over the first 6 games of the year. 5 games of the year, I should say. Had 22 runs scored against Lexington in a game earlier this year. 21. It was a 21-8 win. Had 9 runs last night. This team has combined for 59 runs over the first 5 games. Hull set, runner on first base, 2 outs. 1-2. Swing and a chopper foul behind home plate, and the count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. The North Division standings as follows. Southern Maryland first at 4-1. Long Island Ducks second at 4-2. From there, York is 1-4, Lancaster 1-5, and Staten Island 0-5. York's lost 4 in a row. Lancaster's lost 4 in a row. Staten Island's lost 5 in a row. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a high fly ball. Left field. Hibbert took a couple steps back. Now in, and he makes the grab for the final out of the inning. Well, the FerryHawks strand one. They have one hit at the end of the top of the first. There's no score. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Patrick Baker, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Bottom of the first inning. No score between the FerryHawks and the Blue Crabs. Southern Maryland sends Jack Sundberg, Ruby Silva, and Jared Walker to the plate here in the first. First pitch. This is a little bit low and away. And the count, 1 ball and no strikes on the lefty. Jack Sundberg yesterday, as the 1-0s at the knees, was 0 for 1, but he walked 3 times. Sundberg's on-base percentage is outstanding at .579. Typically, if your on-base percentage is 400 plus, you're doing a terrific job. Some of the best of all time are 500 plus, but as the 1-1 misses away, count 2-1. Sundberg has 7 walks on the year. He has just 4 hits. 2-1, swung on and fouled back to the netting in the count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Base paths empty in the bottom of the first. FerryHawks nothing, Blue Crabs nothing. It's Matt Solter on the mound. Pitch just a little bit high. And the count, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Three-two. That's inside, and, well, right on cue. Jack Sundberg draws a walk. Sundberg came into today's game 3rd in the league in on-base percentage. David Harris, who bats 4th, is 4th in the league in on-base percentage. Sundberg came in at 579. I'll get a bit of a boost after that walk, and Harris came in at 565. Runner goes in the first pitch, missed outside, throw down is not in time. So Sundberg walks and then steals second on the first pitch of the at-bat. He's got a ton of speed. Sundberg last season stole 48 bases successfully out of 51 tries. It's good for about a 94% success rate. 0-1 pitch, or 1-0 I should say. That's a swing and a miss. Count even at a ball and a strike on Silva. Sundberg from first, Silva at the plate. The pitch, that misses outside. And the count 2-1. Charleston lost to Long Island earlier today in a day game. 10-6 win for the Ducks. The start of the day, it was a one-game lead for Southern Maryland over Long Island, but after the win from the Ducks, down to a half game. Pitch swung on and missed. And struck him out. I had it at 2-1. I guess the count was 1-2 though. There is one away in the bottom of the first inning. The pitch that Sundberg went on, I thought was called a ball, but home plate umpire Bill Worthington must have called that a strike because there was a ball later in the at-bat. Either way, there is one away. Runner on second base now. Silva unable to advance. Sundberg over to third. First pitch to the three-hitter Jared Walker. Misses away for ball one. Ruby Silva had a terrific day yesterday. 2 for 5, a 3 RBI double, paired with an RBI single. Jared Walker, the top home run threat for the Blue Crabs, as the 1-0 is swung on and fouled back. Count even at a ball and a strike. Walker taps home plate twice. Sundberg a healthy lead off second. And Salter steps off the mound to walk him back to the bag. 1 ball and 1 strike with 1 out in the bottom of the first. The Blue Crabs nothing. And the FerryHawks nothing. Legends Club is packed on a Thursday night. And the 1-1. Swinging a high fly ball left field. Jarlin De La Rosa took a couple of steps back, now takes 2 steps forward and makes the catch for the second out. He drifted all the way back toward the warning track as the fly ball from Jared Walker really carried. Not much wind tonight. But that ball looked like it was going to be a pop-up in shallow left, but was maybe only 15 feet shy of the left field wall. 2 away now in the bottom of the first. Runner on second base. That's Jack Sundberg. And David Harris comes to the plate. First pitch. That's a strike on the outside corner. Count 0-1, the pitch, swing, and a line drive foul behind home plate. Count now, no balls and 2 strikes. Runner on second base, 2 outs. No score between the Blue Crabs and the FerryHawks. Pitch swung on and missed, struck him out. A pair of strikeouts from Matt Solter. And at the end of the first inning, there's no score between the FerryHawks and the Blue Crabs.
And you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Top half of the second inning. Got a look at our brand new center field camera that's up and running as the first pitch to the 5-hitter, Brandon Wagner, misses for ball one. Count 1 ball and no strikes on the left-handed hitter. Hull set. The 1-0 pitch from Hull. A little bit low in the count. 2 balls and no strikes. FerryHawks nothing and the Blue Crabs nothing. On a Thursday evening in the late spring. Temperatures at the start of this game near 60 degrees, maybe a little bit shy of that at 58. By the time this game's over, though, we'll be in the 40s. 2-0 pitch, swing and a ground ball to the first base side. Fielded by Walker, he'll step on the bag, and there's one away. And here comes the 5-hitter, Norberto Susini. We'll have to see if he has to run to first base because the first baseman, Jared Walker, and Norberto Susini had a run in at the other end. It was Jared Walker who was scoring in the 8th inning when he ran into Norberto Susini, and they exchanged some words. Walker wasn't happy. He thought Susini was blocking the plate, and Susini wasn't happy that he ran into him. First pitch on the inner half for a called strike. So far, Denson Hull is having a terrific go of things. Susini, a .250 hitter on the year. In yesterday's game, he reached 4 times As the 0-1 pitch misses in the count, 1 ball and 1 strike. Didn't reach any times via a hit, was hit by a pitch twice, and he walked twice. Not every day you see 4 so-called free passes. And again, I say so-called free passes because a hit by a pitch is not really a free pass. Got to bear the bruise of the hit by pitch. The 1-1 runs inside in the count, 2 balls and 1 strike. Base paths empty, 1 away in the top of the second inning. The FerryHawks nothing and the Blue Crabs nothing. Glad to have you with us on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. 2-1 pitch, swinging a ground ball to third. Throw across the diamond is in time, and there are 2 away. Quick 2 up and 2 down for Southern Maryland here in the top of the second inning. And in steps Joseph Monge. He was a late addition to the roster today. We just heard from him at around 5:15 or so. Had to print out new roster sheets and everything for him as he was added to the roster today as the first pitch is swung on and fouled off toward the right field side. Monge has played as high as Double-A. Count, no balls and 1 strike on the right-handed hitter. Base paths empty. 0-1, swing and a miss, count 0-2. Played in the American Association last year. And played with the Portland Sea Dogs back in 2019 for just 10 games. 0-2, that runs inside in the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Count 1-2. Here's the pitch. That one's low and in the count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Base paths empty here at the Reg in Waldorf. Regency Furniture Stadium, the home of the Blue Crabs. Had opening night last night, some terrific pregame ceremonies. All the players came in on boats. Had a great crowd on hand. The 2-2, swinging a high fly ball, shallow right field. Braxton Lee takes a couple of steps in and makes the catch for the final out. The Blue Crabs retire the Staten Island FerryHawks in order 1-2-3 at the end of 1.5 innings of play. It's the Blue Crabs nothing and the FerryHawks nothing on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Hibbert, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Just heard from Matt Hibbert moments ago, and he will come up in this inning. He is the third batter due up. It's Alex Crosby followed by Braxton Lee and Matt Hibbert. No score in the bottom of the second inning. First pitch, check swing. And the home plate umpire, Bill Worthington, says that Crosby went around on the count, no balls and one strike. The 0-1, swinging a little number down the third baseline, foul. Crosby was 2 for 5 yesterday, also added a pair of RBIs. That came in the 8th inning when the Blue Crabs were already up 7-5. Just sort of slapped a single into left field, and it was enough to score 2 runs. Jared Walker also came around and scored from second. That was part of the collision with Norberto Susini, the catcher. The 0-2 pitch, swinging a high pop-up, left field side. The left fielder, Darlin De La Rosa, ranges over about 20 feet from the left field line, and he makes the catch. And there is one away. And here comes Braxton Lee. Lee enters the game just 1 for his first 17. For a player like that, it just is just tough to try to break out of one of those slumps. First pitch, just a little bit inside in the count, 1 ball and no strikes. And everybody knows he can hit. There's definitely no question about that. Played as high as AAA last season. And the 1-0 pitch is tapped foul to the first base side. The count, 1 ball and 1 strike. And the 1-1. That's swung on and driven foul. Count, 1 ball and 2 strikes to the third base side. Always love to see some young fans here at the ballpark, and we've got plenty here today. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a chopper. Back just a little bit past the mound. A throw to first, not in time. An infield hit for Braxton Lee, and he will take them any way they can come. And he's got to be happy to see himself on base to start this game. So a runner on first base with 1 out, and here comes Matt Hibbert. Matt Hibbert has a 5-game hit streak going. He was 1 for 3 in yesterday's game. Also walked, came around, and scored a run. So Braxton Lee stands on first base with 1 out in the bottom of the second. First pitch to Matt Hibbert. Swing and a miss in the count, 0-1. And sometimes players will just go through a stretch where they're unlucky. And they'll just, hit the ball right at fielders, and that's a lot of what goes into it. But if you hit the ball hard enough times, you're going to catch a break. Throw to first base, and Braxton Lee dives back in safely. Hibbert taps home plate twice. Count, no balls and 1 strike on Matt Hibbert. No score between Staten Island and the Blue Crabs. Braxton Lee records the first hit of this game for Southern Maryland. The FerryHawks had a base hit back in the first inning from Casey Clemens. The pitch, that one misses. A snap throw down to first. Not in time to get Lee. Count, 1 ball and 1 strike after the pitch missed to Matt Hibbert. But both Susini and Solter are preoccupied with Braxton Lee over at first, the 1-1. That's inside. Count, 2 balls and 1 strike. You'd have to wonder at some point if Solter is so preoccupied with Lee over at first that it's affecting his ability to control his pitches with Hibbert at the plate. He's checked on him twice. Susini's checked on him once, and the 2-1 pitch is upstairs in the count, 3 balls and 1 strike. Hibbert also has an on-base percentage over .500 coming into today's game. At .526, he's in the top 10 of the Atlantic League. 3-1. Swinging a high fly ball, center field straight away. Ruda takes a few steps back and he makes the grab for the second out. Braxton Lee was quite far off of first base and forced to return. 2 away in the bottom of the second inning. Southern Maryland nothing, and the FerryHawks nothing. Here is Austin Rye, the catcher, playing in what's just his second game of the year. Was 0 for 4 against Lexington in his only other game. First pitch. Runner goes. The pitch is a strike. Throw down to second is not in time. It's the count, no balls and 1 strike, but it's a stolen base for Braxton Lee. There's a runner on second now with 2 outs. The Blue Crabs have been running. Stole 4 bases yesterday as a group. They've already stolen 2 bases in the first 2 innings tonight. Both runners that have gone on have taken off for second and have been safe there. 0-1. Big wave and a miss in the count, 0-2. Solther set. Austin Rye digs back in, taps home plate a couple of times. Takes a couple of half swings as well. 0-2. Upstairs, count 1-2. One ball and 2 strikes on Austin Rye. Breaking ball, strike 3. Matt Solther finishes the bottom of the second with a strikeout. The Blue Crabs strand 1 at the end of 2. There's no score between the Blue Crabs and the FerryHawks. You're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Jack Sundberg, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Top half of the third inning between the Blue Crabs and the FerryHawks. Still no score from the Reg in Waldorf. Austin Rooney, glad to have you with us on hand for tonight's broadcast. There's a chance to be joined by our longtime broadcaster, Andrew Banstra, today. Andrew will be with us from time to time this season. He is back with the Blue Crabs. He's on the field quite a bit this year as well. So we hope to see him in the booth as well tonight. The Blue Crabs have mustered just one hit, as have the FerryHawks in the top of the third inning. And here comes Javier Betancourt. Betancourt bats eighth. Just one base runner has reached for the FerryHawks in 2 innings. Lone hit came from Casey Clemens, the son of course, longtime MLB great Roger Clemens. They played together briefly down in Sugar Land a few years ago, made major headline news as the first pitch is in there for a strike. 7,500 fans came out to watch Roger Clemens pitch. Since then, of course, the Sugar Land Skeeters have moved into affiliated baseball. 0-1. It's a little low on the count. 1 ball and 1 strike. That was part of Major League Baseball's realignment. St. Paul Saints are also a AAA team. Somerset is now an affiliate of the New York Yankees. 1-1. Swinging a ground ball to the third base side. Alex Crosby Fields throws across the diamond, and there is 1 away. Well, Denson Hull has retired 7 of the first 8 batters in this contest, as Betancourt grounds to third, and here comes Darlin De La Rosa. De La Rosa has played as high as rookie ball. He's just 21 years old, has had a slow start to the season this year, hitting just 100. It's 1 for 10. First pitch, big wave and a miss. And Hull ahead in the count, 0-1. Nobody on. 0-1 pitch. Fastball. Big wave and a miss. And Darlin De La Rosa has swung through a couple of pitches now and falls behind in the count, 0-2. Top of the third, no score, 0-2 pitch, just off the inside edge. Austin Rye says, good pitch over to Denson Hall, but not enough to get the strikeout on Darlin De La Rosa. De La Rosa was 0 for 3 in yesterday's game before being taken out in the double switch. 1-2 pitch, swinging a high fly ball to center field. It's the center fielder Jack Sundberg who ranges over and makes the grab for the second out. A quick 2 up and 2 down, as Ben Ruda comes to the plate, back to the top of the order for the FerryHawks. Ben Ruda was 0 for 4 in yesterday's game. He did walk, and he is 0 for 1 today. Had a little tapper back to the mound. First pitch, called strike, the count 0-1, and so far Denson Hall has been terrific. Through 2 2/3 innings of work, he's thrown 40 pitches, 27 of them strikes. And the 0-1, swinging a ground ball, the flex off of Hull's glove, throw to first base, is in time, they got him. Really tough play as it deflected off of Hull. Baca made the grab at short, tossed over to first. It was in time for the out. We're finished with 2.5 innings of play. It's the FerryHawks nothing and the Blue Crabs nothing. You're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
9-1 and 2 due up in the bottom of the third. No score between the Blue Hawks, the Blue Crabs, and the FerryHawks. Just combine the two teams' names. Well, I beg your pardon. Staten Island has mustered just one hit in the first 3 innings. The Blue Crabs have earned a hit and a walk. It's Michael Baca to lead things off. Baca struggled in the opening series. First pitch misses for ball 1. He was 1 for 10 against Lexington, but was 2 for 3 in yesterday's game. His batting average rose 133 points. 1-0 pitch gets by Baca. He's not going to run. So just to remind all of our fans, there is a rule change in the Atlantic League back to the way things were in 2019, when batters were allowed to run to third base if the catcher did not catch the ball in the air. Now, on that occasion, the catcher didn't catch the ball in the air, and so Michael Baca would have been free to run to first. If he had reached first, would have been credited with a hit. 0-2 pitch. That's a called strike on the outside corner, and the count 2 balls and 1 strike. Now, it's an interesting rule because back in 2019, the batter was credited with the equivalent of a walk. As the 2-1 pitch is swung on and slapped behind home plate, the count remains 2-2. It was originally an out. It was originally going to be a fielder's choice, but that was changed to the equivalent of a walk, and then changed further this year to allow it's a hit. Try to encourage players to go to first by improving their batting average. 2-2. It's up and in the count 3 balls and 2 strikes. And the 3-2, swinging a ground ball over to short, fielded by Aguilar. Throw to first. It's a close play, but it beats him, and there's 1 away. Well, Jack Sundberg will step in, back to the top of the order for the Blue Crabs. Sundberg reached on a walk and stole second base back in the first inning. Undoubtedly a stolen base threat for Southern Maryland. He's now stolen 2 bases on the season. Against Staten Island, he's 0 for 1 with 4 walks. First pitch is a fastball on the inner half for a called strike. Nobody on, 1 out, bottom of the third, no score. 0-1 is swung and driven down the right field line. It's a base hit and a fair ball. Sundberg rounds first. He's headed to second. He rounds second, going to third. He's got a stand-up triple. Jack Sundberg roped that ball down the first base line into right field. By the time that Joseph Monge got to it, Sundberg was rounding second, almost tumbled over between second and third base, but he has himself a 1-out, stand-up triple, I should say, here in the bottom of the third. And he's got Ruby Silva to try to drive him in. So it's Sundberg from third with 1 out in the third. First pitch, fastball, well upstairs for ball 1. In yesterday's game, Silva was 2 for 5. And get this, 4 RBIs. The perfect man to try to drive Sundberg in. Infield is in for Staten Island. They do not want to surrender this run. The 1-0 pitch, cut on and missed. The count even at a ball and a strike. One. Swing and a chopper. It's right to short. Throw is going to be to first base. And he's safe. Everybody's safe. The shortstop, Aguilar, looked home. He didn't field the ball all that cleanly. Wasn't going to get Sundberg. Threw it to first. Didn't get Ruby Silva either. So it is an RBI single from Ruby Silva. and the Blue Crabs have a 1-0 lead in the bottom of the third. So a triple from Jack Sundberg, followed by an infield single from Ruby Silva, and the Blue Crabs have a 1-0 lead. First pitch swinging again. This one drilled into center field off the bat of Jared Walker, but Ben Ruda is there, and Ruby Silva chased back to the bag. Runner on first base, 2 outs. The Blue Crabs 1 and the FerryHawks 0. First pitch swinging yet again. This one drilled into left center field. The left fielder, Darlin De La Rosa, gives way for the center fielder, Ben Ruda, who makes the grab for the final out. A couple of hard-hit balls from Walker and Harris, but both end up in FerryHawks gloves to end the third inning, but not before the Blue Crabs score one and lead this one 1-0. You're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Raul Shah, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Top of the fourth inning, the Blue Crabs 1 and the FerryHawks 0. Blue Crabs earned their first run on an infield single from Ruby Silva. First pitch from Denson Hull is cut on and fouled back to the netting behind home plate. Well, Denson Hull's been terrific so far. Through 3 innings, he's faced just 10 batters, allowed merely a single to Casey Clemens, who's due up second in this inning as Angel Aguilar digs back in from the right side. 0-1. Swing and a foul tip off the chest protector of Austin Ryan. The count, no balls and 2 strikes. Angel Aguilar steps out, restraps the batting gloves. Takes a practice swing. And now steps back in. This is some of what Major League Baseball is trying to prevent. Increases the time of the game when the batter steps out, restraps the gloves, takes a half practice swing. 0-2 pitch runs way inside. Aguilar decides not to run to first base. We've seen a couple of pitches now past the catcher, and none of the runners have decided to go and take off for first. I think there are probably a couple reasons for it. The first of which is you don't want to get thrown out going to first base if it deflects hard against the back wall. But the second reason being that I think that a lot of the guys just don't want to do it. They still want to go up there and hit the ball. Count 1-2 on Aguilar. Pitch, swinging a high fly ball to center field. Sundberg drifts back in front of the warning track, and he makes the grab for the first out. So one away in the top of the fourth inning. And here is Casey Clemens, the only batter in Staten Island's order who has a hit. And the whole reason that the FerryHawks brought the infield in back in the third inning was because the FerryHawks hadn't had much offense yet. The lone guy who has a hit is a left-handed hitter against the lefty Denson Hull. Well, Hull's gone 3 1/3. He's thrown 45 pitches, allowed 1 hit and no walks. First pitch low and away for ball 1. Base path's empty in the top of the fourth. 1-0 delivery. That's a called strike. Control is something that we've seen a lot of pitchers struggle with so far in the Atlantic League. Typically, you want to allow about 3 walks per 9 innings or fewer. And there are a lot of pitchers on a lot of teams here in the Atlantic League who are much closer to the 5 or 6 area, as the 1-1 is swung on and fouled back to the netting in the count. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Denson Hull has not been that way at all today. He has thrown 47 pitches and 32 strikes. 2/3 of his pitches have been strikes, and you want to have about 60%, and he's at about 67%, near 70%. So his strike percentage very high in today's game. 1-2 pitch, cut on and fouled back over toward the Legends Club. It's beer and wings night at the Legends Club. All you can eat wings and beer for $35 here. Includes your ticket. A big crowd on hand at the Reg, especially in the Legends Club. A couple of rowdier fans out there. Casey Clemens steps out. Taps the bat against his cleats a couple of times. Moves his bat in a circular motion, a couple of half swings. Now awaits the offering. The 1-2. Swing and a slow ground ball over to short. Going to be a close play. Throw to first. In time. They got him. Well, there was some question as to whether Walker kept his foot on the bag. From my angle, it looked like he did. And now there are 2 outs in the top of the fourth. Well, Casey Clemens made it close again. Just the slow ground ball to short, but Michael Baca makes a terrific defensive play, charging in on that ball. A very quick release to get the out on Casey Clemens. 9 consecutive batters retired by Denson Hull. 3 2/3 innings, no runs, 1 hit, no walks from the left-hander. First pitch, that's low for ball 1. Kevin Krause Fly to left his first time up. Hull had 2 big hits yesterday. An RBI single in the first and a 3 RBI double in the 6th. The 3 RBI double was just past the outstretched reach of the third baseman, Alex Crosby. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That's low and in the count, 2 balls and no strikes with 2 outs here in the top of the 4th. The Blue Crabs 1, Staten Island nothing. Kraus awaits the delivery from Hull. 2-0 pitch. Fastball up and away. And all of a sudden has fallen behind in the count. 3 balls and no strikes. Hull's control has been nearly impeccable up to this point. But fallen behind in this count. Nobody on in the top of the 4th inning for the FerryHawks. Kraus looking to change that. 3-0 pitch. Right down the middle for a strike in the count, 3-1. Kevin Kraus was taken all the way. Hull gets his sign from Austin Rye, the catcher playing in just his 2nd game. This one swung on, drilled down the left field line, but just tailing foul. Well, Kraus rocketed that ball down the third base side, but just foul over toward the Blue Crabs bullpen. And actually deflected off of the outfield wall right in the corner. Count full at 3 balls and 2 strikes on the righty. Denson Hull gets his sign from the catcher, Austin Rye. Shakes off the pitch. And Kraus calls for time momentarily. Granted by Bill Worthington. Home plate umpire, but now he steps back in. Here's the 3-2. Swing and a line drive right back down the third baseline into the crowd and out of play. Just ahead of a couple of pitches, but Kevin Kraus is hitting these balls on the screws. Absolutely destroyed a couple balls to left field. But both of them have gone foul. There is no doubt that Kevin Kraus is the most feared batter in the Staten Island order right now. Here's a 3-1. That's 3-2, I should say. That's upstairs for ball 4. Kraus, the second base runner for the FerryHawks. I think if you're Denson Hull, you're not too upset that he just got a walk. This guy nearly beat you twice with big-time doubles to left. There's a reason he's the designated hitter in the cleanup spot right now. Well, that ends a streak of 9 in a row for Denson Hull without allowing a base runner. First pitch to the 5-hitter, Brandon Wagner. A little bit inside, and the count 1-0. Kraus from first with 2 outs in the top of the 4th. The Blue Crabs 1 and the FerryHawks nothing. Here's the 1-0. Cut on and fouled back to the netting. The count 1 ball and 1 strike. Blue Crabs scored the opening run back in the bottom of the 3rd inning when Ruby Silva chopped a ground ball over to short. The speedy Sundberg raced home. They tried to throw to first base, and Ruby Silva beat that one out as well. So it was originally going to be a fielder's choice, ended up being an infield RBI single. 1-1. That's away in the count 2-1. Kraus leads off of first base for Staten Island. FerryHawks have just one hit. It came courtesy of Casey Clemens all the way back in the first inning. But here in the top of the fourth, Denson Hall has been running into some control issues. As this ball low and away as well in the count, 3 balls and 1 strike. Fell behind in the count, 3-0 on Kevin Krause. Battled back to a full count, ended up walking him. And then here to Brandon Wagner, behind in the count, 3 balls and 1 strike. So what seemed like he had terrific control for the first 3 innings, and here into the fourth, now becoming a bit of an issue. 3-1 pitch. That's a called strike of the knees, no question about that one. And again, the count full. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Top of the fourth inning, the Blue Crabs have a 1-0 lead over the Staten Island FerryHawks. Kevin Krause leads off of first base. Runner's going to be in motion here with 2 outs and a full count. Denson Hall the pitch, and that's ball 4. Skipped away from Austin Rye as well. Didn't miss the zone by all that much, but you're definitely not going to get a strike 3 call when Rye had a lot of trouble handling it. So now runners on first and second, back-to-back walks on back-to-back full counts. Wagner not missing by all that much. He's had a couple of pitches that have been well out of the zone, but for the most part, they've been pretty close. And now the FerryHawks, with 2 runners on, are threatening here in the fourth. And less importantly, but still matters as far as how deep Hull's going to go in a game, is the pitch count. First pitch, that's upstairs. Check swing, held back. That was Norberto Susini who managed to hold up in the count 1-0. His pitch count now up to 64 pitches. And Hull could have gotten out of this inning around the 50 pitch mark. He's thrown 13, 14 additional pitches from the beginning of the at-bat against Kevin Krause. Here's the 1-0. Count 2 balls and no strikes. So just to regroup here, Hull had thrown 70+% strikes coming into the at-bat against Kevin Krause. He walks him on a full count, granted. And then the next batter, Brandon Wagner, he walks him as well, also on a full count. And now behind in the count on Norberto Susini, 2-0. Runners on first and second, 2 outs. Here's the 2-0. That's inside in the count, 3-0. And now Denson Hull is at risk of walking 3 consecutive batters. To this point, Hull's thrown 40 strikes, 26 balls. .30 pitch. Called strike on the inner half. Runners on first and second with 2 outs. Denson Hall looking to work back toward a full count. Blue Crabs still have a 1-run lead, but the 3-1's inside, and there's another walk issued by Denson Hall. And we've got a bit of a walkathon here with 3 consecutive batters reaching via the walk. Denson Hall had an amazing start to this game. He was dealing for the first 3. But then a walk to Krause, a walk to Wagner, a walk to Susini. And the bases are loaded with 2 outs. Had an initial fly out to center from Angel Aguilar. And then a grounder to short from Casey Clemens. But since then, things have sort of spiraled for Denson Hall. And Darryl Thompson, the pitching coach, comes out there to have a word with Denson Hull. And Darryl Thompson having a couple of words with the home plate umpire, Bill Worthington. I hear he goes by Bill the Skill. He does have some pretty good skills, I will say. His strike zone's been pretty impressive so far. You know, umpires have a tough job out there. They really do. They don't get any credit for getting the calls right. And whenever they miss a call or whenever the strike zone isn't consistent, they get a lot of heat. First pitch. Swinging a high pop-up in foul territory. Rye's going to give chase, but he runs out of room. Got a bit of a fist pump from Joseph Monge as he gets new life. Count 0-1 now. With the bases loaded and 2 outs. Last 3 batters, Hull has fallen behind in the count and ended up walking them. There is action in the Blue Crabs bullpen. 0-1. That's up and away in the count, 1-1. We talked about this already, but a lot of pitchers in the Atlantic League have high walk rates, at least early in the season they do. For Blue Crabs pitchers, among starters, the Blue Crabs have walked 11 and allowed 22 hits. As the 1-2, an off-balance swing and a miss from Joseph Monge in the count. 1 ball and 2 strikes. But for Blue Crabs relievers, they've walked 15 batters. They've allowed 12 hits, so more walks than hits. And the Blue Crabs relievers have been terrific. Let's just be clear here. Allowed just 6 runs in 22 innings, good for a 2.38 ERA. Blue Crabs stars with a 4.64 ERA coming into today's game. 1-2, swinging, that one's fought off by Monge. Out of play toward the right field side. Count 1 ball and 2 strikes on the right-handed hitter, who was just added to the roster about 90 minutes before the start of the game. Couple of injuries for the FerryHawks, players who were not available for Game 2 of this series. What was originally a 3-game series. Opening day for the Blue Crabs was rained out in advance. 1-2, cut on and fouled off toward the Blue Crabs dugout. Now the Blue Crabs bullpen does not flinch when the ball is hit toward them. The same cannot be said for the dugout, as you probably saw 4 or 5 batters just go running down the steps. Or at least flinching, maybe not running down the steps, but clearly flinching over there in the dugout. Couple of starters there, some guys who are not in the lineup today. David Harris, who's a designated hitter, not playing in the field tonight. All those guys back in the dugout. The 1-2, swinging a high fly ball down the left field line, foul over toward the Legends Club. But Joseph Monge clearly got a good piece of that ball. And if it was in fair territory toward the left field side, he may very well have had a grand slam. But lucky for Denson Hull, merely a foul ball, maybe 50 feet foul toward the left field side over the Legends Club. One, two. Swing and a miss. A defensive swing from Monge, and it's strike 3. That ends the top of the 4th inning. The Blue Crabs have a 1-0 lead. We go to the bottom of the 4th. Denson Hull works out of trouble. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Daryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
We got to look at some sumo wrestling during the break between the top and the bottom of the fourth inning. Always some good sumo wrestling going on here at Regency Furniture Stadium. It's a 1-0 Blue Crabs lead, but this may be some of the most exciting stuff we're going to see. A lot of fun getting to watch a couple guys in sumo wrestling outfits go at it back and forth. Seen some great baseball today as well. Southern Maryland has a 1-0 lead. They scored the only run of this game back in the bottom of the third. He had a very long top of the fourth inning. Denson Hull had trouble finding the strike zone for a few batters, but worked out of trouble. Hull has thrown 4 innings, allowed 1 hit and 3 walks, but no runs. Here comes Alex Crosby. 5, 6, and 7 due up for the Blue Crabs. Crosby followed by Braxton Lee and Matt Hibbert. First pitch is away for ball 1 in the bottom of the fourth inning. 1-0. That's a called strike. Blue Crabs scored a run after Jack Sundberg had a 1-out triple. 1-1 pitch missed, and the count 2-1. Here's the pitch. That's away. And now the count 3 balls and 1 strike on Alex Crosby. Matt Solter hasn't run into all that many control problems himself, or hasn't up until this point. But now behind in the count 3-1. 3-1 pitch. That's dribbled in the ground toward first base, foul. And the count runs full at 3-2. So Jack Sundberg, as I was mentioning back in the third inning, had a triple down the right field line. It was a stand-up triple at that, showing off his speed a little bit. Ruby Silva had a high chopper to short, enough to get the run in. He also reached after there was some indecision by the shortstop, Aguilar. 3-2, swung on and a foul tip, and Susini couldn't handle it. So Ruby Silva stays alive. Count full at 3 balls and 2 strikes in the bottom of the fourth inning. Blue Crabs 1, FerryHawks 0. Alex Crosby leading things off here in the fourth. Pitch, swing and a ground ball toward the first base side. Foul yet again. And Crosby working a long at bat. That was the 6th pitch of his at bat. Base paths empty on what's still a very nice evening here in Waldorf. Temperatures starting to drop. 3-2. Low and in, and that is ball 4. So Alex Crosby works a walk. The leadoff runner on for Southern Maryland. Crosby has not stolen a base yet this year. And it's Braxton Lee who will dig in from the left side. Lee, 1 for 1 in today's game, had an infield single on a ground ball to short. Came into the at-bat 1 for 17. Now lays down a bunt, back to the mound, and Solter throws to first base for the lead out, which moves Alex Crosby to second. So sacrifice bunt from Braxton Lee. And here comes Matt Hibbert. Hibbert steps in from the right side. He's got a 5-game hit streak going. Alex Crosby now on second. First pitch, that's away for ball one. One out, runner on second base for Southern Maryland in a 1-0 game from the Reg in Waldorf. 1-0. That's low and away in the dirt, and the count 2-0. Hibbert had one hit yesterday, also drew a walk, but so far today has a fly out to center. That was back in the second inning. 2-0, that's high, count 3-0. Well, we saw our fair share of control issues in the top of the fourth from the Blue Crabs pitcher Denson Hull. And now Matt Solter having his own control issues here in the bottom of the fourth. He walked Alex Crosby on 7 pitches. Behind in the count 3-0 on Matt Hibbert. 3-0 pitch, that's upstairs, it's ball 4. So Matt Hibbert has at least reached base in the first 6 games of the year. Does not have a hit yet in today's game. Harris also has a 5-game hit streak to start this season. Silva with hits in 4 straight. So runners on first and second now with 1 out in the bottom of the fourth. It's Crosby from second, Hibbert from first. And Austin Rye digs in. He's 0 for 5 so far with the Blue Crabs this season. First pitch fastball on the outer half for a strike. Rye the catcher in today's game. Up until this point, Ryan Hogg had been doing the majority of the catching duties. 0-1. Swinging a ground ball to the third base side, could be 2. Wagner to second for 1, back on to first, the double play. 5-4-3 around the horn from the FerryHawks to end the inning. The Blue Crabs strand 1 at the end of 4. It's Southern Maryland 1 and Staten Island 0. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Ryan Haug, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Welcome back in the top half of the fifth inning. We apologize for some technical difficulties out in center field with our camera out there. We're trying to work with our new setup here. We may have a couple of difficulties along the road, and we apologize for that. But here on the top of the fifth, the Blue Crabs have a 1-0 lead over the FerryHawks. And for Southern Maryland's starter, Denson Hull, it is the end of the road. He went 4 innings, allowed 1 hit, walked 3, struck out 2. He still has not allowed a run in 8 1/3 innings. He has walked 6 batters in that time frame. Also allowed 4 hits. But still hasn't allowed a run, and that's awfully impressive from the right-hander. With that said, the new pitcher on the mound for the Blue Crabs is the right-hander Patrick Baker. Has 2 appearances this year. Allowed 1 hit. He's walked 4 and struck out 6. So again, the control's been an issue for Baker, having walked 4 batters in 2 innings, but he struck out 6 batters. He's got awfully impressive stuff. First pitch misses for ball 1, a little low and away, and the count 1-0. Pitch, swung on and driven foul toward the right field side, out of play, and the count even at a ball and a strike. And control's a real factor here, because if Patrick Baker had allowed merely 1 hit and maybe 1 walk through 2 innings of work and struck out 6, it would be outstanding. Still hasn't allowed a run, but you're working yourself into a jam. The 1-1 pitch swung on, popped up to the first base side. The first baseman Walker over toward the tarp, got a glove on it, but he dropped it. So they count 1-2 now. A disappointing mistake from Walker. He was in foul ground. He was close to the tarp. Got a glove on it, but couldn't haul it in. Pitch swung on and lifted foul toward the first base side, now to play. Betancourt, the batter, hitting 179 so far this season. The count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. The 1-2, check swing. Managed to hold up, and the count runs the 2 balls and 2 strikes in the right-handed hitter. 8-9-1 due up for Staten Island. Blue Crabs scored the only run so far in this game back in the third. A 2-2, swinging a high fly ball, straight away center. Sundberg takes a few steps in and hauls it in for the first out. One out in the top of the 5th inning. Here's the 9-hitter, Darlin De La Rosa, flied out to center his first time up. First pitch, swing and a miss. Darlin De La Rosa not headed over to first. Swung at a pitch in the dirt, and the count 0-1. De La Rosa digs back in. Just 1 for 11 so far in his time in the Atlantic League. One of the youngest players in the league at just 21. Breaking ball comes inside, nearly hits him. And the count, a ball and a strike. And it's a difficult adjustment from rookie ball to the Atlantic League, which is a solid AA level or so. Pitch, wave and a miss. And the count 0-2 at a breaking ball low and out of the zone. The 1-2 offering. Again, nearly came and hit Darlin De La Rosa. Breaking ball in and off the plate. And the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Baker set the 2-2. Swinging a high fly ball, center field, rather deep. Sundberg on his horse. He dives and makes the catch. Jack Sundberg lays out and makes the grab over the shoulder, diving for the second out of the 5th inning. Oh, what a terrific play. Saves an extra base hit, and you hear the SportsCenter theme song down on the field. A couple guys going, dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun. Well, maybe we'll see that later tonight. Back to the leadoff man of the order. It's Ben Ruda. Squares around a bunt, pulls back, and takes strike 1 on the outer half. So far, Patrick Baker attacking the zone. Thrown 12 pitches, 7 strikes. The 0-1 a little low, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. 2 outs, top of the 5th. Still a 1-run lead for Southern Maryland. Nobody on base. Baker looking for a 1-2-3. 1-1, cut on, popped up. Crosby drifts into foul ground. Back toward fair territory where he makes the grab right on the third base line to end the top of the 5th. Well, Patrick Baker retires them in order. It wasn't easy. The center fielder, Jack Sundberg, was awfully busy. But the FerryHawks go down 1-2-3. We're halfway done here at the middle of the 5th. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. Welcome back from Regency Furniture Stadium. Bottom of the 5th inning, and the first pitch misses upstairs and outside for ball 1 on the 9-hitter Michael Baca. Here's the 1-0 pitch. It's a swing and a ground ball over to second. Fielded by Betancourt, the throw to first in time. And there's 1 away. Matt Solter back out for his 5th inning of work. He's allowed just 1 run in 4 1/3 innings. He's also allowed 3 hits and walked 3. He's also struck out 3. We talked about the walks a lot, and there's good reason because the walks are a little higher than they probably should be. Solter, first pitch, outer half, strike 1 on Jack Sundberg. And Salter really hasn't struggled all that much with his control. That's the interesting thing. From a strikes and balls perspective, he's right where he should be. The 0-1 misses, count 1-1. He's thrown 62 pitches, 38 strikes. So that's 38 strikes compared to 24 balls. So significantly more strikes than balls. But still, 3 walks mixed in there. The 1-1, that's low, and the count 2-1 on Sundberg. And the walks have not hurt Salter up until this point. The 2-1, just off the outer edge, and the count 3-1. The walks came back in the 4th inning. There were runners on first and second with 1 out before Austin Rye grounded into a double play. 3-1 pitch. That's a strike at the letters. Count 3-2. Sundberg, who hit a triple in his last at-bat, hasn't had to move the bat much so far in this one. He's taken the first 5 pitches he's seen and has a full count. The 3-2 pitch. That's low for ball 4. So a runner on first base now with 1 out in the bottom of the 5th. Ruby Silva digs back in. Sundberg, a major threat to run. Already stolen a base so far today. He has reached all 3 times now. Throw back to first. He dives in safely. Runner on first, 1 out, bottom of the 5th. It's a 1-0 lead for the Blue Crabs. Swinging this one is chopped over to first. Throw to first in time. Throw to second in time. Throw back to first, also in time. So a 3-6-1 double play. Great play by the catcher Salter to get to the bag in time to cover for the double play. And also well done by Casey Clemens, the first baseman, to recognize the play and throw to second for the lead out. Well, the FerryHawks stifle the Blue Crabs' chances in the 5th with a 3-6-1 double play at the end of 5. The Blue Crabs won, the FerryHawks nothing. Or is it Baker again? 22 or 23? Let's see. It's 22. So Baker's back out there for the second inning of work. And we're live in 5. Top of the 6th inning. Blue Crabs 1 and the FerryHawks nothing. As Southern Maryland scored the lone run of this game all the way back in the bottom of the third inning. As the Staten Island FerryHawks now come to the plate, it's Angel Aguilar to lead things off. First pitch swinging, first base side. Jared Walker drifts back to the outfield grass, gives way toward the second baseman Ruby Silva, who makes the play, I should say, in foul ground right next to the tarp on the right field side. One away, one pitch, one out for Patrick Baker, who's back out for his second inning of work. Now, Patrick Baker, his first two starts have not been anything like his third appearance. First two appearances, 2 innings of work, allowed just 1 hit. He's had 4 walks and 6 strikeouts, so not a lot of contact. Just 1 ball hit and play at all in the first 2 innings of work. In the last 1 1/3 since he's entered, as there's a first pitch strike, all 4 balls have been hit and play. No strikeouts, no walks yet for Baker. And so there is 1 away now in the top of the 6th inning. Count 0-1 on Casey Clements. 0-1 up and away in the count 1-1. A lot of heat on those fastballs from Baker. In the 90s. Difficult pitch for the FerryHawks to hit. Now goes with the breaking ball, switching speeds in the inner half in the count. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Critically important game for the bullpen. The starter, Denson Hall, is really in that intermediate role between being a reliever and a starter, as the 1-2 is outside in the count. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And I say that because...
Board. Next batter. Next half inning. If you are what? The score.
We apologize for the delay. Had a bit of technical difficulties. And that one is grounded over to short. Throw to first is in time to end the inning. We're finished with 5.5. The Blue Crabs coming to the plate. Southern Maryland still leads 1-0.
This is Alex Crosby, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Bottom half of the sixth inning, Matt Solter back out for Staten Island as the Blue Crabs still have that 1-0 lead from all the way back in the third inning, where they plated a run on a one-out triple from Sundberg, followed by an infield single from Ruby Silva. Well, here comes Southern Maryland. Jared Walker will lead things off. It's 3, 4, and 5 in the Blue Crabs order. First pitch, up and away for ball one. It's been a pitcher's duel so far. There's no question about that. Solter, 5 innings of work, allowed 1 run on 3 hits. For the Blue Crabs, the pitching staff has been even better. As the 1-0, fastball on the inner half of the knees for a strike, and the count 1-1. The Blue Crabs pitchers have combined for 6 innings, 1 hit, 3 walks, 2 strikeouts, or 3 strikeouts, I should say. The 1-1 pitch, low and out of the zone, but Jared Walker goes fishing, and the count 1-2. Jared Walker, not a guy who produces all that many singles. Definitely an extra base hit sort of guy. Has 3 home runs in the first 5 games in the Atlantic League. Pitch, swinging a ground ball over to first. Nicely fielded by Clemens. He steps on the bag, and there's 1 away. So 1 out in the bottom of the 6th for Southern Maryland. 1-0 Blue Crabs. And here comes David Harris. We had a chance to talk to David Harris after the game yesterday. He was the Blue Crabs player of the game, following his terrific series at Lexington, where he was 7 for 15. And then he was 1 for 3 yesterday with a double and an RBI. First pitch to Harris is upstairs and out of the zone. The count 1-0. Said, he's just looking for pitches to hit, trying to stay middle of the field. 1-0, that's inside, count 2-0. He also had an intentional walk yesterday. There were runners on first and second. They advanced to second and third on a double steal, and then they decided to walk Harris. The 2-0 pitch cut on and popped up here in the infield. Infielders having some trouble with it, but it's the third baseman, Brandon Wagner, who tracks it all the way to the mound to make the grab. Those infield pop-ups, they seem easy. The major leaguers certainly make it seem easy. But when that ball's right around the mound and the pitcher usually tries to get out of the way and let his infielders do the work, it creates a play where it's a little tough communication-wise as to which fielder is going to actually make a play on the ball. That time it was the third baseman, Wagner, who called everybody off and made a play that was virtually right on top of the pitcher's mound. First pitch now to the 5-hitter, Alex Crosby, in there for a called strike. Base paths are empty with 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th. And that pitch in there for a called strike. Count even at 1 ball and 1, or for a ball, I beg your pardon. The first pitch was a called strike. Count even at 1-1 on Crosby. The 1-1 offering is low and away, and the count now 2-1 on the lefty. 2 away in the bottom of the 6th. Haven't had a ton of offense today. Just 4 hits for both teams. The 2-1 cut on and dribbled over to second. Easily fielded by Betancourt. He tosses to first, and that'll do it. We're finished with 6 innings here at the Reg. Just 1 run between the 2 teams. The Blue Crabs have a 1-0 lead as we go to the 7th.
Dalton Geeky, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Michael Baca, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. So, what do you like about your home?
Go outside sometimes. Practice like hockey. I like to build Legos at home, riding my dirt bike.
Hometown isn't just a part of our name, it's who we are. We know Southern Maryland because it's our hometown. We are Hometown Real Estate. We'll see you at the park, the grocery store, or the ball field. And we know why living here is great. Give us a call today at 443-275-9910 or visit us online at wehelpyouhome.com. We are your neighbors. We are Hometown Real Estate. Let us help you home.
And you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Top of the 7th inning, the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs still with that 1-0 lead over the FerryHawks. New pitcher comes into the game for Southern Maryland is number 48, Nick Wells, who's made 2 appearances so far this year. He's pitched 2 innings, has not allowed a hit, not allowed a walk, and he has struck out 2. First pitch, a breaking ball, swung through for strike 1. It's Brandon Wagner who leads things off in the top of the 7th. The 0-1 misses in the count 1-1. Wells spent time in AA and AAA last season, had a 4.96 ERA, a whip of 1.63, but so far in the Atlantic League has been terrific. The 1-1 is away in the count, 2 balls and 1 strike. I don't think that's an overstatement. When you have back-to-back 1, 2, 3 innings, as a reliever, you're doing everything you could be asked of. 2-1 pitch, swing and a high fly ball, left field. Matt Hibbert drifts over toward the line and makes the grab for the first out. So 1 away now in the top of the 7th. And here comes Noberto Susini. Susini, a catcher for the FerryHawks. So far today, grounded to third and walked. Was part of the 3 consecutive walks issued by Denson Hall back in the 4th. First pitch, strike. You'd have to think if Nick Wells continues to pitch this well, he's got a real shot at getting called up, getting signed by one of those teams, and at least put in the double or AAA affiliate. And who knows, maybe he'll find himself in the big leagues. Chris Mazza, who was with the Blue Crabs a few years ago, is now in Major League Baseball as the 1-1 pitch is low and away. Count 2 balls and 1 strike on Susini. Base paths empty here in the top of the 7th. Here's a 2-1. Swinging a ground ball through the hole on the left side for a base hit. It's the first hit that Wells has allowed in a Blue Crabs uniform. And there's a runner on first now with 1 out. Right between the hole between shortstop and third base. Baca and Crosby tried to go for it, but there was no hope. It was in left field before you knew it. And there's a runner on first base now with 1 out. here in the top of the 7th. And that run represents the tying run. It's just the second hit of the day for Staten Island, who was held in check by Patrick Baker and Denson Hull. First pitch strike to Joseph Monge. On the other side, Matt Solter has also done quite well. 6 innings, 3 hits. The 4 walks are a little high. 3 strikeouts, just 1 run though. And look, any manager is going to take 1 run over 6 innings, no matter how it comes. That pitch cut on and missed. The count 0-2 now on Joseph Monge. As he swung over it, it was a breaking ball low and out of the zone. Runner on first base, 1 out. Top of the 7th, the 1-2. Swinging a high fly ball, shallow left field. It's the shortstop, Michael Baca, onto the outfield grass to make the grab for the 2nd out. That ball off the bat looked like it might have been a little further than that. I thought it might carry toward the gap in left center. Instead, it was an awfully shallow fly ball just out of the infield. Hibbert gave chase, but gave way ultimately to Baca, who made the grab for the 2nd out. So 2 away now in the top of the 7th. Javier Betancourt comes to the plate. Betancourt 0 for 2 in today's game. He had a pair of hits yesterday. First pitch up and away. Count 1 ball and no strikes. Here's the pitch. A little bit low and in, and the count 2-0. Runner on first base, 2 outs in the top of the 7th. Count 2 balls and no strikes on Javier Betancourt. 2-0, a wave and a miss, and the count 2 balls and 1 strike. It's Norberto Susini from first base. 2-1. Swinging a foul tip, and the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Couple of rowdier fans out in the Legends Club area who are making their voices heard. 1-0 lead for the Blue Crabs over the FerryHawks with 2 outs here in the top of the 7th. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, struck him out. Nick Wells gives up a base hit, but he retires the FerryHawks at the end of 6.5. It's time to stretch for the 7th inning stretch. The Blue Crabs 1 and the FerryHawks 0.
This is Michael Baca, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
So, what do you like about your home?
Go outside sometimes. Practice like hockey. I like to build Legos at home. Ride my dirt bike.
Hometown isn't just a part of our name, it's who we are. We know Southern Maryland because it's our hometown. We are Hometown Real Estate. We'll see you at the
Matt Hibbert, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Back on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. Bottom of the 7th inning. You just heard from Matt Hibbert moments ago. And he will bat second in the bottom of the 7th. The Blue Crabs lead this game 1-0 over the FerryHawks. The lone run of the game came all the way back in the 3rd inning. It was a triple with 1 out from Jack Sundberg, who later came around to score on an RBI single from Ruby Silva. It was an infield single, a high chopper to short. Aguilar was a little unsure where he should go. By the time he threw to first, it was not in time, and Ruby Silva earned an RBI single. So now there are bottom of the 7th inning, and it is going to be 6, 7, and 8 in the Blue Crabs order coming to the plate. Braxton Lee is 1 for 1 with a sacrifice bunt. He also stole second base. Braxton Lee came into this game 1 for 17, but he's 1 for 1 so far. Not all that many Blue Crabs at bats today because the pitching for the FerryHawks has been so good. It is a new pitcher for Staten Island. We'll let you know as soon as we have notice who has entered the game for the FerryHawks. First pitch misses away for ball 1 on Braxton Lee. It is Victor Capeon. Played as high as AAA. And that pitch misses away. Count 2 balls and no strikes in the bottom of the 7th inning on Braxton Lee. Base paths are empty as Lee leads things off in the last of the 7th. You'd have to imagine for the Blue Crabs, you're going to look at Briseño and Latos to try to close things out as long as things stay the same here. 2-0, right down Broadway. Called strike, count 2-1. Last year, Capeon played in the Mexican League, where he had a 4.32 ERA. The Mexican League is a real hitter's league. It used to be a AAA classification by Major League Baseball. It has since been removed and classified as an independent league. As the 2-1 pitch, a breaking ball, little low and out of the zone, but swung through by Braxton Lee, and the count 2-2. So a 4.3 ERA in the Mexican League is very, very good. Capeon was in the AAA level very briefly back in 2012, where he threw 8 2/3 innings, did not allow a run as the 2-2 pitch fouled off. And the count remains 2-2. The following year, he played in Mexico, which was then a AAA classification briefly. And since then, I should say, has played in the independent circuit exclusively. The American Association for a few years. Has been in the Atlantic League back in 2019 with York, in 2021 as well, and this year with the FerryHawks. 2-2. That comes way inside, nearly hits Lee, and the count 3 balls and 2 strikes. Last time that Capeon was in affiliated ball was 2012. And in the Mexican League last season, though it was briefly after he was picked up from York. The 3-2 pitch to Braxton Lee, swung on, fouled off toward the third base side, and the count remains 3 balls and 2 strikes. Base paths empty with no outs. Bottom of the 7th inning. Southern Maryland 1, Staten Island nothing. The Blue Crabs looking for their 5th straight win. If the FerryHawks can come back, it would be their first franchise win, trying to avoid going 0-6 in their first 6 games. Here's a 3-2 pitch. Strike 3 called. Braxton Lee rung up on strikes on a pitch on the inner half by the home plate umpire, Bill Worthington. And there's one away in the bottom of the 7th. And Matt Hibbert steps in. We heard from Matt Hibbert just a few moments ago for our station identification here in the 7th inning. The Blue Crabs have that 1-0 lead. Matt Hibbert, coming into today's game, had a 5-game hit streak. That's on the line right now. He has reached base today, but has not had a hit, as the first pitch fastball high, a little above the zone, and the count 1-0. Matt Hibbert, a right-handed hitter. First pitch, or the 1-0 I should say, on the outer half, and the count 1-1 strike. Flag at a standstill out in right center field.
Next batter. Next half.
Not much wind. We apologize for brief technical difficulties in the bottom of the 7th inning. Base paths are empty. Blue Crabs 1, the FerryHawks 0. As Hibbert digs back in. 1-2, a little bit away in the count, 2 strikes. Hibbert waves his bat a couple of times, coming off of a 1-for-3 night where he scored a run. 2-2, that's away, count 3-2. So far, just 0-for-1 with a walk. And the count full at 3 strikes. The pitcher, Victor Capellan, gets his sign from the catcher, Norberto Cecchini. Here is the offering. A little in, that's ball 4. And there's a runner on first base now in the bottom of the 7th. Southern Maryland still has scored just the 1 run, and you'd have to wonder whether Matt Hibbert is going to try to steal here with 1 out in the 7th inning, try to get a batter in scoring position and play some small ball with how low scoring this game has been. Well, here is the 8-hitter. It's Austin Rye. 0-for-2. He struck out and grounded into a 5-4-3 double play. First pitch, up and in for ball 1. Rye would be followed by Michael Baca, 8 and 9 in the Southern Maryland order. Here in the last of the 7th. Victor Capellan set at the hip. Runner goes, pitch misses way out of the zone and gets by the catcher, Norberto Cecchini. So it is a stolen base. Matt Hibbert dove into second. He didn't need to, as the pitch was so far outside. But the count is 2 strikes, and now a runner on second base. So Hibbert steals second after walking, and Southern Maryland has a runner in scoring position with 1 out in the bottom of the 7th, an opportunity to try to extend this lead. A great opportunity for Austin Rye, who still is yet to have a hit with the Blue Crabs this year. Glad to have everybody with us on the Hometown Real Estate broadcast tonight. The Staten Island fans and the Southern Maryland fans who are watching alike. It's Matt Hibbert from second, the 2-0 pitch, swinging a ground ball to third. Easily fielded by Brandon Wagner to throw across the diamond well in time to get Austin Rye. And there are 2 away now in the bottom of the 7th inning. Southern Maryland looking to extend their 1-0 lead. It's the 9-hitter, Michael Baca, who is tasked with that job. Southern Maryland has just 3 hits tonight. The triple from Sundberg. He was singled home by Ruby Silva. And then the infield hit from Braxton Lee. 2 of the 3 hits for the Blue Crabs tonight have been infield hits. A slow ground ball to shortstop from Braxton Lee. The high chopper to short from Ruby Silva and the indecisive play by Aguilar. And then there was the triple down the right field line from Jack Sundberg, and that's been it. First pitch, fastball right down Broadway for a strike on Michael Baca. Victor Capellain, the pitcher for the FerryHawks, is set. 0-1. That runs in the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Hibbert with a lead off of second base. Southern Maryland trying to jumpstart the offense here in the 7th, grab an insurance run. The 1-1 pitch cut on and drilled in the air to left, but it's right at Darlin De La Rosa, who makes the grab for the final out. At the end of 7 innings of play, the Blue Crabs still have a 1-0 lead. They strand 1. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Nick Wells, and you're listening to the Home.
This is Andres Briseño, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Alex Merrithew, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Well, you heard from a few different players. Now you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network, one of which was Andres Briseño. He takes the mound for the top of the 8th inning. Andres Briseño has been the setup man for Matt Latos over the last 2 seasons now, at least back in 2021, and now here in the 2022 season as well. So far this year, Andres Briseño is 1-0, has a 1.50 whip, a 0 ERA, over just 2 innings of work. Last time out was last night. He pitched 1 inning, he walked 1 and struck out 3. Last year, Briseño was outstanding, had a 1.87 ERA and a 1.06 whip, a 5-3 record overall on the season. He will face in the Staten Island order 9-1-2. Darlin De La Rosa, Ben Ruda, and Angel Aguilar. Well, here comes a pinch hitter, it appears, for Staten Island. We'll get you the details on that as soon as we have them. As number 29 comes to the plate. I don't want to just take a guess out of left field here, but he's not listed on the roster. It might be Reimer Liriano, who was not given a number on our roster sheet. He is a former major leaguer, Liriano is. And the top of the 8th inning, he'll face off against one of the Blue Crabs' best relievers in Endres Briseño. First pitch upstairs in the count 1-0. One ball and no strikes on Reimer Liriano to lead things off in the 8th. Fastball on the outer half in the count, even at a ball and a strike. Southern Maryland 1, Staten Island nothing. This game has been starved of offense. Just 5 hits between the two clubs. 3 for Southern Maryland, 2 for the FerryHawks, and at that, 2 of Southern Maryland hits have been infield hits. 1-1 is outside in the count, 2 balls and a strike. Liriano played in the MLB with the Chicago White Sox for 21 games back in 2017. Here's the 2-1. Cut on and fouled off to the right field side. Was also in the Mets organization back in 2019 in AAA Syracuse, where he hit 209. While he was in the majors with the White Sox, he hit 220. Made his MLB debut at the age of 26. 2-2 to Liriano. That's away, and the count 3 balls and 2 strikes. Last year, he spent the year with the Charleston Dirty Birds, who were, for the first part of the year, the West Virginia Power, but they changed names mid-season. And now Matt Latos up and throwing. A 1-0 Blue Crabs lead. The 3-2 pitch from Briseño struck him out. Upstairs, high fastball, and Liriano swings through it. Endres Briseño, big-time strikeout, back to the top of the order now. Ben Ruda steps in with 1 foot at least. Taps home plate a couple of times. In the top of the 8th inning with 1 away. He is the leadoff man in the Staten Island order. Does not have a hit, did not have a hit yesterday either. Pitch is low for ball 1 on Ruda. On the year, Ruda hitting just 105. Followed by Aguilar and Clemens. 1-0 pitch, a healthy cut and a miss. The count 1-1. The top hitter for Staten Island is undoubtedly Kevin Krause, but even he's 0 for 2 today with the walk. Hit the ball hard a number of times in foul territory, though. And the 1-1 pitch cut on and popped up It is the shortstop, Michael Baca, who ranges over a couple steps towards third and makes the catch for the second out. Southern Maryland now just 4 outs away if they can get this done. After a strikeout and a pop-out. 2 away in the 8th. Angel Aguilar steps in. Aguilar is 0 for 3 today. He struck out, flied out to center, and popped out to second. First pitch strike with 2 away now in the top of the 8th. Briseño. The pitch. Checked his swing. They signal down to the first base umpire. And Mike Mackey says he held up. Count 1 ball and 1 strike on the 2-hitter, Angel Aguilar. 1-1. Breaking ball inner half for a called strike. Nobody on base with 2 outs in the top of the 8th. Just 1 run between these two teams. The lone run came back in the 3rd inning for the Blue Crabs. Briseño trying to cap off 8 scoreless innings for the Blue Crabs. The 1-2's upstairs in the count 2-2. Briseño had some control issues in his first inning of work. That was in the Lexington series, but yesterday he pitched quite well. Even his walk, he was just a couple inches away from the zone every time. And now the 2-2 pitch is upstairs, and the count runs full at 3-2. On the year, Andres Briseño has allowed just 1 hit, and he's walked 2 batters in 2 innings of work. So far, through 2/3 of an inning, he's induced a strikeout and a pop-up to short. 3-2 pitch coming to Angel Aguilar. Breaking ball just off the inner half for ball 4. Briseño was ahead in the count 1-2, but he ends up walking him. And there is a runner on first base now with 2 outs. So Aguilar walks. Well, just 2 hits for Staten Island throughout the game, though they have walked 4 times. 3 of them came back in the 4th inning. First pitch, off-speed pitch on the outer half of the zone for strike 1 of the left-handed hitter, Casey Clemens. Clemens has one of the 2 hits for Staten Island. Came way back in the 1st inning. The other hit belongs to Norberto Susini back in the 7th. 0-1. Swinging a high pop-up foul, third base side, going to get into the seats over the Blue Crabs dugout toward the concourse level. And the count, no balls and 2 strikes. Angel Aguilar off first. Top of the 8th inning. Angel Aguilar on first represents the tying run. The go-ahead run represented by Casey Clemens. Casey Clemens, of course, the son of the very famous MLB player Roger Clemens. Terrific pitcher at the major league level for so many years. One of the greatest pitchers in the late 90s, the early 2000s. Here's the 0-2. Whoa, came way up and in, nearly hit him, and they say it did. It clipped his left forearm. And Andres Briseño was ahead in the count, 0-2. And it is squandered now that he hit Clemens. It's Brandon Wagner with 2 outs in the 8th. Or I beg your pardon, Kevin Krause, much more dangerous even than Wagner. Wagner has had some good at-bats this year, hitting .250, but it's Kevin Krause, the cleanup hitter in the FerryHawks order, and all of a sudden, things looking dangerous. Krause with 2 runners on base and 2 outs is likely the toughest hitter in this lineup. First pitch fastball at the belt for a called strike. So it's Aguilar from second, Clemens from first, and Kevin Krause at the plate as he stands in from the right side. The Blue Crabs won, the FerryHawks nothing in the top of the 8th. Briseño, the 0-1. Checked his swing, but it was a strike anyway. Called by the home plate umpire, Bill Worthington. We mentioned it before, but Bill has skill, and that was a good call. No balls, 2 strikes on the cleanup hitter, Kevin Krause, who's hit a lot of balls right on the nose, but they've been in foul territory so far today. 0 for 2 with a walk. Runners on first and second, 2 outs. Here's the 0-2. Swing and a miss and a pitch in the dirt. Struck him out. Andres Briseño works out of trouble. He walks one and hits one, but he leaves the inning unscathed. At the end of 7.5, it's the FerryHawks nothing. The Blue Crabs won on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Ian Yetzko, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
So, what do you like?
This is Patrick Baker, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Well, Jack Sundberg comes to the plate to lead things off in the bottom of the 8th inning. The Blue Crabs have a 1-0 lead over the Staten Island FerryHawks. Jack Sundberg, one of just 3 hitters in the Blue Crabs order with a hit. He is 1 for 1 today with 2 walks. First pitch cut on and fouled off. And the count, no balls and 1 strike on the left-handed hitter. On the year, Sundberg 385. And his on-base percentage up over 600 after today's performance. Came in ranked 3rd in the league, but he's reached base all 3 times today. On the 0-1 pitch, breaking ball in the outer half, and the count 0-2. And the all more dangerous thing about Sundberg is that he's such a threat to run. He stole 48 bases last year in his last season of work. 0-2 pitch, a little outside. He was in the Frontier League when he stole 48 out of 51 bases successfully. Count 1 ball and 2 strikes in the bottom of the 8th inning. Victor Capellanes back out this inning for his second inning of work, and that's strike 3. Outside corner gets Sundberg looking. And there's one away in the inning. Here comes Ruby Silva, the lefty. Ruby Silva's got a lot of power. It was on display yesterday. Had a deep 2 RBI double to left center field. First pitch, fastball away for ball 1. The count 1 ball and no strikes on Ruby Silva. Bottom of the 8th inning. Matt Latos warms up in the Blue Crabs bullpen as they're trying to protect a 1-0 lead. The 1-0 pitch, swinging a ground ball up the middle for a base hit. Ruby Silva with a 2-hit evening, had an infield hit to short and now a single up the middle. And there's a runner on first base with 1 out. Now, Silva is not usually a threat to run, though he is 2 for 2 in stolen bases this season. Last year was 10 out of 13. So only 13 stolen base attempts across 130 games. So usually 1 every 10 games. So not exactly a massive stolen base threat. But with that said, if he's got an opportunity here, try to get in scoring position. He goes on the first pitch. It's a fastball, and there's no throw. No one covered. It might as well have been defensive indifference. Although I think the call is going to be a stolen base. First pitch was a strike on the 3-hitter, Jared Walker. A little surprised that Norberto Susini didn't even try to throw. 0-1, that's away, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike now on Jared Walker. David Harris is on deck. He doesn't have a hit yet today. Has a 5-game hit streak on the line. Ruby Silva from second. The 1-1 pitch. Swinging a ground ball to the first base side. It's gathered by Casey Clemens. He steps on the bag, and there are 2 away. Ruby Silva advanced to third in the process. And here comes David Harris. 0 for 3 so far today, but an opportunity to try to come through. He was outstanding yesterday. 1 for 3 with a double. Also walked and came around to score. Was 7 for 15 against the Lexington Legends. As the Blue Crabs try to add an insurance run to help out their closer, Matt Latos, who's warming up in the bullpen down the left field side. Victor Capellanes. He's set. First pitch to Harris. Swinging a tapper foul down the first base side. And the count 0-1. Two away now in the bottom of the 8th inning. Southern Maryland looking to hold on for their 5th consecutive win. Staten Island looking to change that in the top of the 9th and pick up their first win in franchise history. Otherwise, would fall to 0-6. 0-1 pitch, swinging a ground ball right to second. Javier Betancourt's got it. The throw to first is in time. Well, the Blue Crabs strand 1 runner on third. Ruby Silva had a hit, but Victor Capellanes works out of trouble. At the end of 8 innings of play, it's the Blue Crabs 1 and the FerryHawks 0. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Matt Latos, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Top of the ninth inning. The Blue Crabs won, the FerryHawks nothing. We've had a pitcher's duel from start to finish in this one. Let's run through a couple of the pitching performances for the Blue Crabs. Hull started the game. He went 4 innings, followed by Patrick Baker, who pitched 2 innings of work. Hull allowed just 1 hit, 3 walks. Baker allowed no hits or walks. Wells came in. He allowed 1 hit, and he struck out a batter. And Andres Briseño struck out 2 and walking 1. No runs allowed by this Blue Crabs team, just 2 hits in total for Staten Island. On the other side of the ball for the FerryHawks, Matt Solter went 6 innings, allowed 3 hits, 1 run, 4 walks, 3 strikeouts. Victor Capellan pitched 2 innings, allowed 1 hit. He walked 1 and struck out 2. Well, it is 5, 6, and 7 due up for Staten Island here in the 9th. Brandon Wagner followed by Norberto Susini and Joseph Monge. Latos gets the sign from his catcher, Austin Rye. First pitch. Fastball a little inside in the count. 1 ball and no strikes. Latos trying to finish off what would be a rare 1-0 win. You don't see score lines like that all that often. The Blue Crabs scored 1 run. It came way back in the bottom of the 3rd inning and a triple from Sundberg followed by an RBI single from Ruby Silva. The 1-0 pitch, that's low, and the count 2 balls and no strikes on Brandon Wagner. Brandon Wagner digs back in. Matt Latos, the Blue Crabs closer, looking to finish things off. Here's the 2-0. Fastball, knee high. It's a strike. Southern Maryland leads at 1-0 in the top of the 9th. Hits favoring the Blue Crabs 4-2. As Southern Maryland looks to win their 5th consecutive, won 3 in a row to finish off the series at Lexington, and the 2-1 is low in the count 3-1. Southern Maryland lost the season opener 6-5, won 3 consecutive after that, scored a total of 50 runs in the opening series. Had 59 runs scored through 5 games. They have just 1 run scored here tonight. 3-1 pitch. Fastball a little bit low from Latos, and it's ball 4. Brandon Wagner walks here in the 9th. And there's a sign of life for Staten Island. The tying run is on base. The go-ahead run comes to the plate. It's Norberto Susini. Susini, a big 5'11", 205-pound catcher. Wagner from first. Susini tries to square around and bunt the ball. I can't imagine he bunts all that frequently. He's got a little bit of pop in his bat, and it makes sense. Look, you're trying to advance Wagner from first to second and get him in scoring position here in the 9th. But still, you don't see someone like Susini bunt all that much. Wagner with a short lead off first. Blue Crabs 1, FerryHawks nothing on a cool evening here in April. 0-1 pitch on the inner corner. Just painting the black on the inside of the zone. And Matt Latos ahead in the count 0-2 on Norberto Susini. Susini has one of the 2 FerryHawks hits today. It was a single into left field back in the 8th inning. Well, this has been a pitcher's duel tonight. 6 hits for the two teams combined. Here's the 0-2. It's low and in the dirt. Nicely blocked by Austin Rye. Well, those pitches in the dirt, all that much more important now, because if that were to get by Austin Rye, it would be an opportunity for Norberto de Susini to run to first base. Because now if the catcher does not catch any pitch on the fly, the batter can run to first. And there could be first and second with no outs theoretically if that ball had gotten further away, but Rye did a nice job to block it. The 1-2 pitch cut on, a ground ball to short. There's throw to second for 1. There's going to be no throw at first. A terrific play by Michael Baca to charge in, field the ball, and toss to second in time to get the lead out. As Brandon Wagner was coming in quickly on second, they got the out there. There was no throw at first base, no chance to get Norberto Susini, who was running fast down the line. So 1 away now in the top of the 9th inning. A fielder's choice for Susini. He reaches first. Joseph Monge steps in. Monge 0 for 3. Flied out to right, struck out, and popped to short. Monge was added to the FerryHawks lineup just minutes before the start of this game. Their lineup didn't come out till after batting practice. Had some questions about who was going to be able to play in today's game. And he was a late addition. Well, that came up and in. It hit Monge. And now there are runners on first and second. Couple of players not so happy after the hit batter. At this point, Matt Lato is just trying to close the door here in the 9th. And there are runners on first and second now for the FerryHawks. The tying run in scoring position. And the Blue Crabs catcher Austin Rye out there to have a quick chat with Latos. Well, after the hit batsman, it's Javier Betancourt who steps in. Betancourt 0 for 3 today, but he had 2 hits yesterday. Will be followed by Darlin De La Rosa, who has been quiet in this series. Just 1 for 12 so far in the Atlantic League. Runners on first and second. It's Susini from second, Monge from first. That ball down the third base line, going to be a hard play. Latos throws the first. It's not in time. A beautiful infield bunt hit by Javier Betancourt. And the bases are now loaded. The FerryHawks have had 2 hits the entire game. Had only one batter reach third. That was back in the 4th inning when the bases were loaded with 2 outs. Matt Latos now has the bases loaded with 1 out, and it's a pinch hitter. Reimer Liriano has come in for Darlin De La Rosa. The former major leaguer comes to the plate. I beg your pardon. Let's see. They're saying it's Ricardo Cespedes, but Cespedes hits from the left side usually. I believe this is Reimer Liriano. Number 29 is not listed on the Staten Island roster sheet. So at this point, it is a bit of a guessing game as to who exactly is at the plate. Reimer Liriano is listed just without a number. So it would make sense he is wearing 29. Either way, Susini from third, Monge from second, Betancourt from first. First pitch with this for a ball. The 1-0 is in there for a called strike, and the count even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Top of the 9th inning, Matt Latos looking to close the door, but he's run into trouble. A walk, a hit batsman, and a bunt single down the third baseline. The Blue Crabs' middle infield is back. There's a force at every base. 1-1. Swinging a ground ball to short. It could do it. Baca to second for one. Back to first. A double play. 4, 6, 3, and the Blue Crabs win it. Matt Latos works out of trouble. And Southern Maryland wins this one 1-0. How about that for some late inning theatrics in a pitcher's duel of pitcher's duels? Matt Latos loads the bases, a walk, a hit batter, and a single, and he finishes the game with a 6-4-3 double play, and the Blue Crabs win it 1-0. We'll stay right here on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. We'll have a brief post-game show before we wrap things up, and the Blue Crabs start their weekend series next. The Blue Crabs sweep the Staten Island FerryHawks in their 2-game series, and they've won 5 in a row. Stick with us. Going to have a really brief post-game show, and then we'll wrap things up, right? All right. I'm just going to run through that. I got to see who the Blue Crabs have next in their schedule, and then we'll start it up. They play the Kentucky Wild Health Genomes. All right, we're live in 10. Just keep it on the shot. I'm going to have you wide shot here over the whole field. Just go a little wide shot over the whole field here. 3, 2, 1. Welcome back here from the Reagan Waldorf as the Blue Crabs have a 1-0 win over the Staten Island FerryHawks. Starved for offense would be putting it lightly from this game. The Blue Crabs had 4 hits. They scored 1 run. That run came back in the 3rd inning as Jack Sundberg lined a triple down the first base line and gave the Blue Crabs a 1-0 lead. One batter later when Ruby Silva had a chopper over to short. It should have at least been a fielder's choice, but Aguilar had some trouble with it, couldn't decide where to go. By the time he threw to first, Silva was safe with an RBI single. 2 of the 4 Blue Crabs hits today were infield hits, but it was really the pitching that stole the show on both sides. Let's start with the visitors, Staten Island, who took their 6th consecutive loss today. Matt Salter went 6 innings. He allowed 3 hits, 4 walks, 3 strikeouts, and allowed just 1 earned run. It was the triple followed by the single back in the 3rd inning. Victor Capellan pitched 2 innings. He allowed 1 hit, 1 walk. He struck out 2. And that was all the offense the Blue Crabs had. 4 hits. They also walked 5 times, so had 9 base runners. Southern Maryland's pitching was even better. 4 innings of work from Denson Hall. He allowed 1 hit. He walked 3, struck out 2 over 4 innings. And then Patrick Baker pitched 2 innings. He struck out 1. Wells has been outstanding ever since coming to the Blue Crabs. Nick Wells has pitched 3 total innings. He has allowed 1 hit, no walks, no runs, and struck out 3 so far in his time with the Blue Crabs. Andres Briseño went an inning of work, and Matt Latos also pitched 1 inning to get the save. Latos loaded the bases in the 9th before finishing up with the save. And a 6-4-3 double play to end it. The Blue Crabs are back here at the Reg tomorrow night. They'll take on the Kentucky Wild Health Genomes for a 3-game set on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. If you got a chance, come out to the ballpark on a beautiful night this weekend. Well, have a great day, everybody. Have a great night, and we'll see you tomorrow back here on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. So long, everybody. Post-game interview. great work tonight. The camera was on for most of the time. I had a little bit of trouble remembering to switch the switcher every time. I've done it as well. But good work tonight.